Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals a 0 hour to make the best game ever. Okay, before we jump back at code, maybe we take a look first what needs reviewing. Or let's say what needs merging. What needs merging? Review approved. Let's see. So what about this one? Particular command lists. So this one, is it done or not? Still two open comments here, so we'll leave it. 0 texture bit depth. Get bit depth. Get bit depth. Okay. Then this is no longer unify. This is a tweak. Set bit depth text set texture bit depth to detect it to display bit depth. Okay. Save. Then this is now a ZH minor. Enhancements. Okay. Wait, is tweak a proper keyword? Let me check that. It is. Okay. Resolve. Display depth. Squash and merge. Good. Then we have that. And what is this here? This change fixed an issue where diving missiles such as Tomahawk missiles would miss moving targets. This was because the distance calculation did not account for a target object and instead calculated the distance to the target position, which is only set once. This matches the logic in the above log distance calculation. Looked funny. Okay. Mm. And to dive to moving targets. Distance to target squared. If is tracking goal objects. Right. Goal position. It's tracking target. Okay. This can be we can't really. We can't. That's fine, I guess. Yeah. Proof. Good. All right. Let's look at one review maybe. Let's see what we have. Author. Let's look at this. Nothing. That's good. Let's look at Mauler. I think he has 1, 2 open here. Okay, so he did that and that. Someone now sets to 0 in the innie. Then it overwrites it here. That doesn't seem right. 0 and 1 are invalid settings. There are tests in the render core for the volume depths being greater than 1. Okay. If the particle depth is set to 0 or 1, then the volume particle just gets rendered as a standard particle. Which kind of voids the point of being a volume particle. When looking further into render volume particle code, the reciprocal of the depths is is take, which could cause a divide by zero error if zero was a valid pair. It's not sure why one is not considered though from the quick glance. Overall direction looks good, but I think two issues should be addressed. Retype fallback cannot distinguish and omit it from an explicit configured value of 0. Type 0 and 1 are handled safely by the rendering pass by falling back. So 0 appears to be a meaningful way to disable volume rendering. Maybe clean out the default volume templates to that and allow the ini value to override it. Yeah. It's passed, but the original one is passed, but the chance. Do not write it. The chance. Do not write it because the particle edit. Particle type. So this volume particle depth, where's it used? It's not used. Why is this? It is on 2 lines. It spans 2 lines. Classic. Okay. Here we have a function. Render volume particle. How about that seems wrong. For the I sort of agree that initializing to optimum volume particle depths is maybe the best, but well, better, but it looks like the intent was that default volume particle depths would be the default. Yeah. Where's this used? Right. Particle. Optimum. Okay, so the claim here is if we have a volume particle and the value is 0, maybe so if the particle type is volume and it is 0, then it sets 6 here. Okay, I think this decision is defensible. In a way. 0, yeah. Particle depth, yeah. Yeah, I think it's defensible. So let me check this function call again. It's only call here, render it. So if it is larger than 1, then we do render volume particle. So 0, both 0 and 1 go in here. Only if it's 2 or greater, it goes here. Okay. Fair enough. So 0 means 6 then. It seems a bit weird. 0 means 6. 0. 6. 0 means 6. How about how about do define 1 and 0 invalid. Choose the best depth. Chooses the best depth. And here auto selects the best depth. Then initialize depths is invalid, and then depending on the type, choose 1 or 6. Regardless of retail. Initialize particle templates depth is invalid, and then depending on the type passed from ini, choose one of the particle type passed from ini, choose 1 or 6 regardless of retail. Yeah, that's how I would do it, I think. the comment is a bit misleading. Okay, great. Okay, what do we do here? Okay. Texture can be const ref, yeah. That should have worked. That works, yeah. It's a little cleaner doing it like this, since point count is often reset after a call. It's testing to see if we can batch the particle data. Yes, so let me write it out for him. So this const bool batch done. And then we take these guys here. Batch done. Style. Batch done. If can batch. If not can batch. Or batch done. We should say here CPP. Good. Should be fixed for all the newly added comments. Set is called. Set is called. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Good, resolve. Flush particle batch. Point counts. Okay, fair enough. If he thinks that is cleaner. By 15 to 30%. To reduce cost of particle rendering. Okay. Um, I think you can also pass it as texture class. Makes the contract of the function more universal. Let's say less restrictive. Good. Good, let's leave it at that for now. Let's get back to our code. So last session we did do more revisioning on our diagonal movement speed fixes. Yeah. So let's see where we are. Right, so we did massage in the cinematics detection for the movement adjustment. Yeah. It's in cinematic. Save it by scripts. Okay. Good, let's remove all of this. Letterbox active. Letterbox. Report the scripted letterbox. Deliberately a plain flag. Okay. Scripted letterbox sequence is running. Frame the running scripted camera movement. Frame the running scripted camera movement and so on. Letterbox active. Okay. So here we have, oh boy. Version. I don't know why this is here. Tweak. It's X4. Okay, great. Good. What else do we have to fix? Let me check this giant ass comment here. Tracks with a cinematic is currently running. Tracks with a cinematic is currently running. Okay, I think that's way too much information here. Okay, great. I think that's fair. Okay, I like that. Let's see this. So initialization, blah, blah, blah. Extend rather than replace so that the overlapping. I think here we can do scripted camera running right now. Okay, great. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, fantastic. We can remove this here. Okay, let's go to script actions. Script actions here. Let's search for tactical view in current document. And it didn't find anything because we're on the wrong document. And okay, I don't know what's going on here. can't search for some reason. Why not? There we go. I need water. So, tactical view. Let's see. Set camera lock. Well, that's also a scripted action. Set camera lock. Notify scripted camera movement. Should probably do here 0. And frame. I think we can do std max and frame. Yeah. So to me this looks incomplete. Right. So we have a lot of camera actions in here. Let's check which ones are missing. Camera, mod, rolling, average. What is that? Number of frames to average movement. What? Rolling average. What? Hey. Move camera 2. So that is also not... it's 0. What is that? Force object selection. Move camera 2. Move camera 2. Look at... It doesn't look very bulletproof, does it? Yeah. Hmm. 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 Let me chat with code. Mhm. So what was this session about so far? Ah. Um, okay, so does the current state compile? Good. I did edits by hand, removed the bracket for disabled input. The scripted camera active condition needs another look. Not all scripted actions. Not all scripted camera actions in script actions are covered. Determine check how we can make it more complete and robust. Ask questions. Ask me questions. Yeah, so let's see what it can come up with. The problem I see is here, for example, with the camera follow, like we can signal that, hey, the scripted camera is active now, but what happens if the object dies? Then then the camera would no longer be locked onto the object, but we would still be marked as in we follow the unit until we call this one from the script, right? So yeah, so that's not, yeah, but I guess you can say that this still marks a scripted sequence. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so like the camera snaps following, so I think that needs covering. And why is this? User controlled for sit view filter pause. Motion blur jump. Look at. I don't think we can do anything about the look at. Like it's just like one action. We look at something, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. The simplest would be to just work with the letterbox, right? If the letterbox is set, then we just say it's a cinematic. And so only cinematics that have the letterboxing, they have this, yeah, this change applied. Maybe that would also be good enough. Yeah. Because I think all the campaign cinematics, they all use letterbox, so it would probably cover all the things. Maybe. Basically, the danger here with the camera thing is that maybe there's a point where a camera is no longer moved, no longer unscripted, but we still claim like the state still thinks it is in the scripted camera movement. Right. Yeah, it doesn't seem very accurate. Another I'm thinking more and more it's probably easier to just remove it. The scripted camera. It seems to be too error prone. This here. Yeah. It's too error prone. Let's see anyway what this can come up with. 20 camera actions, only 8 timed movements report in. W3D view already keeps the authoritative set client-side scripted state, which we cannot read from logic, so we mirror it from the script actions. Which uncovered groups would hold the window open? Camera locks, cinematic filters, instant cuts, open a shot. Let's jump the camera. Camera shakes. Camera mods. Final speed multiplier. Zero duration. Yeah. I would say we cancel this effort and we just do letterbox. Just simple that. If we find then any error, then we can revisit it. Yeah. Yeah. So let me cancel this. Then letterbox active. Scripted letterbox sequence is running. Do we really need to X for this? Letterbox active. Letterbox active. Letterbox is in cinematic. Hide control bar, enable letterbox. Letterbox mode. Let me put a breakpoint in here. I would like to see when exactly are these things called. Mhm. It also means that in the shell map, it will then no longer apply the movement speeds from retail. So let's go to easy. Yeah. Okay, it does call it start letter box. The rangers just stand before the barracks. Great. Beautiful. Huh. What now? Oh, it starts it again. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. And here it ends. Okay. Okay, maybe this will be good enough that we just say, hey, if there's this letterbox, then that's it. It's a cutscene. Because it makes sense, like all the cutscenes, they want to hide the control bar, right? Is there a script action that hides the control bar? Let me see. Another one. Was this the only one? That's the only one. Okay. I think there's a high confidence that this one is consistently used for all cinematics, right? Tough mission. Okay, now the letterbox starts again. Okay. And there it ends. Okay. I think this is probably good enough. Yeah. Okay, that's letterbox. Okay, cool. Guy flying in front of the camera. And then another start letterbox. Okay, now it doesn't end the letterbox, so that means it is now still oh, well, that's a problem. Hold on. Did it reset it or Is there a reset function here? Reset, there is. So the question now I have, did it call script engine reset or not? Script engine reset. Let me see. Oh, sorry. There's an update function which is not called. It is called. Let me see. Where's the watch? Yeah. This and letterbox active is false. Okay, so it did call reset. Okay, great. Yeah, that's important. Okay, let's click on I can't click on continue. Okay, I'm somehow still in game, aren't I? Look, GLA hole here. Something is wrong with the... Something is wrong with the menu. That sucks. Let me create an issue report for that. Let me see. Yeah, so we can't get out of it. Let's see if we can reproduce it without breakpoints. Score screen, campaign, score screen cannot be interacted with. Label, blocker. Player stuck and needs to exit the game. Let's see if it's reproducible. Let's see if it's also happening in Skirmish. So let's say we lose. Exit. Okay, that works. Then let's check the campaign again. Need to wait for the cutscene. Okay, while we wait for this, I would say we remove everything related to this here. So we remove this and that. This entire function. And this. And this. And then we remove that. No, that we keep. This we remove. Good. And then in script actions, we also need to remove all sorts of calls. This. Okay. Then we go to actions. And here we remove all of these. Okay, is that it? Good, then we load up our Humvees. Let's increase the game speeds. Let's rush. Let's attack. Okay. Okay, great. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, this time it actually works. So it's not 100%. Okay, interesting. Seems to be not 100%. It happened yeah, how did I? Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Good. Then let's see if the latest edits compile. United States, okay. Locomotor. This comment here, do we need that really? Remove that shit. Good, so that looks good. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, yes. Not use retail physics forward speed. Okay, actual, okay. Hand out the speed the locomotive should command right now, which is the authored one while scripted camera event runs. Okay, that sucks. This is here. Wow. Okay, so we have that, blah, 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 blah. Okay, Iowa States, okay. Locomotor. Physics forward speed. Okay, I think this looks good. It's in cinematic. All right. We remove this here. Letterbox active. Yeah. Okay, now I think the last remaining question is if we really need this X furring here for the letterbox. Can we even save and load during cutscenes? What happens? Let me see. If we can't save load during cutscenes, then maybe we don't care about that shit. Well. Let me see. Well, we probably should. But then I think what we should also do. Let me go to script engine, post. Oh, wrong window. Load post process. So I think here we would then need to say if is what is it? Letterbox active. Then here we would call script actions. Now that we have loaded everything, go through and set them all back in sync. Difficulty bonuses. Let's first see what happens. So we load this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, then we press escape and we can't save load. Yeah. Yeah, I assume that the script engine simply. Why is the save load disabled? What is the trigger for this? That's actually interesting. Let me see. Is it the disabled input maybe? Maybe. Let's see. Save load. Menu. Main menu. Do we have some exit menu or so? Credits menu, pause menu maybe? Let me see what kind of menus we have in here. Quit menu. That sounds like it. Quit menu. Quit menu has here button save loads. Let's check that out. Init gadgets, no save quit. Full quit. No save. No save quit. Init gadgets. Full quit. Exit, restart, return options. Button save flow. Is it initializing this or this? Full quit. Ignore. So save load. Yeah. Then what do we do with this button now? This one. No, this one. Toggle quit menu. Aha, input enabled. If we are watching a cinematic, we need to disable the save load button because the save load window doesn't fit in the screen in letterbox mode. Is that really the only reason? It doesn't fit in the screen. Get input enabled. So input enabled is the reason. Huh. Interesting. Input enabled. Watching a cinematic. Input enabled. Disable the save load button. Let's do the following. Let's disable let's comment this here out for testing. How about that? Yeah. And then then we go to script actions again. No, script engine. Here. Then we remove this. So let's see what happens if we can save during the cinematic. Yeah. I find the reasoning a bit thin. Just because the UI doesn't fit there, it doesn't want to open it. I would imagine because other things will break if we save load during a cinematic. Doesn't sound very healthy. So, save load. Yeah. Save game. Use A1. Intro. Cinematic. Save. It did save. Okay, that's interesting. Then let's do load. Intro cinematic. See what happens. I think that's the first. Yeah. And game is broken, of course. Yeah. Okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I mean, it is bad, but not too bad. Could select the tunnel. The interactive cutscene. Yeah. With the control bar. Can we click on the control bar? Oh yeah, we can. Look at that. Oh. There we go. Yeah. Oh. Oh. That's funny. Wee. Uh-oh. I have to say that this makes a cutscene way more fun, no? Look, we can sniff, we can peek around. Yeah. Look. We can peek around. Take a sneak peek at the scenery. Look. It's much better. Okay, but anyway, that's a different issue. But to me, it sounds like then what we should do in here, we should do letterbox active, script actions, letterbox, do letterbox mode, do put a letterbox mode. Maybe we just call it like so. Has no member. Is this private or what is this? Oh, it's protected. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Letterbox mode. Hide control bar. Enable letterbox. Letterbox mode. Maybe we need to do how about we add it into our game utility? So game I can't write game utility here. So do void enable letterbox enable letterbox. Bool enable hide control bar. What is that? Hide control bar. GUI callbacks. Clouds. Game clients. GUI callbacks. Okay. Enable. There we go. What about display? Display dot h. Okay, then we go to script actions again. Then here we do RTS, enable letterbox. Void, enable letterbox, bool, enable enable or disable the letterbox for cinematics. Hides the control bar. Okay, and then we go back to game engine. Oh, okay, script engine. So then here we call RTS, enable letterbox active. Then here we include game utility. There we go. And the Same here. Common. Game utility. And then here we do enable letterbox, true. Start letterbox, there we go. All right. Notify letterbox active. Notify letterbox active. Notify letterbox active. Does script actions have an exfil? It does not. Okay, I think this is fine. Yeah. Then script engine now will do enable letterbox. Yeah. So I think this will work. Let's test that. So then at least it should then re-enable the letterbox after we load a save game. Yeah. The cinematic will still be very much broken, but that's a different story. Yeah. All right. So load load game, intro cinematic, and we should now see the letterbox. We don't. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here. Well, that sucks. Load game. Okay, just calling this letterbox active is false. Huh. Why is that? Because... Right. Game defines. We need to set this to 0. Oh. Yo. Oh boy. Oh boy. Then load game. Oh, there's a crash. Because, of course, it's incompatible. Ignore. Oh, do we have a legit crash? -1. Oh. Well, that's not good. Okay, I think the root cause was that we loaded a save file that is corrupt. Well, actually, it shouldn't crash. It shouldn't crash. It should still load it, right? Yeah, that does make sense. Let me do that again. Okay. Invalid data. Throw. Dock points. 0. Points. Save the doser's previous task. Version is 1. Oh, this is wrong here, isn't it? Conversion. There we go. That is a bug. I think that's the source of the corruption. Okay, that works now. Yeah, this one will be false. Okay, we need to create a new save file. So let me do that. So, use A, easy. Okay, let's do a save. Let's write over this one, save game. All right. Then we load. All right, load. And now We see the letterbox, control bar is hidden. Cinematic is still not looking great, but we don't care. Okay, cool. That's great. Can follow the bikes. Whoa. 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 There they are. There they go. Oh, there's a missile. Ah. 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 It's funny. Good. That works. I like it. Great. I think Stubjergs already has a. Let me go to author. He has a change open where he touches the resuming, and I think that touches what we just touched. This one here. Those are AI updates. Here. While at it, please change this to version, because current version will corrupt the save load and crash the game when loading a legacy save file. Okay. Please continue work on this fix. It didn't show where it is. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Oh. Well, it is visible here. Yeah. Okay. Good. Then. Good. I will reset this for now. And I don't know what's going on here. Good. All right. Good. So we need this guy. And we need this one. We take this, yes, and this, and this, and this, okay. All of this. Use retail movement speed. How about we call it forward speed instead? Use let's say use legacy forward speed. Okay. Legacy forward speed, yeah. That's good. Save. Okay. Script engine, we take this guy, quit menu. We reset that. We take that, locomotor. Okay, we take that. And that. Actual max speed, okay. Okay. Take all of that. Actual max speed damaged. Max speed override, okay. I think it's looking good. Yeah, I like that. Good. All good. Yep. 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 Physics in cinematics. Legacy. Yes. Okay. Let me also add an info in game defines. To preserve the sweet. Retail physics forward speed. Retail. I think I think we are missing one configuration here, and that is if we want to say we want the fixed behavior, but we want to have it all driven through the ini files, right? We don't have a setting for that. Preserve retail physics. 0. Um, okay, but that's a separate change. Let's tackle this in a follow-up. Okay. So we take this guy and we take that and that. X for letterbox active. I think this comment will be removed. Okay. Game defines. Oh boy. So this is new. Why do we have so much text here? Yeah, so I don't like this, all this text here. Let me go back here. Straight diagram movements of all movements of all objects during cinematics. Say relevant for campaign missions. Mostly relevant for the original campaign missions is mostly. Okay, I think that's good. Then we take this. Then we say improve retail forward speed during cinematics. All right, good. Then the next thing, we need some setting to cleanly compile out all these hacks here. Yeah, so no scaling, no nothing. We just take the ini values as is. Let me see. So basically, forward speeds. We need a set that to 0. We need another setting. Preserve retail forward speed. Let's rename this to forward speed retail physics forward speed discrepancy. Forward speed discrepancy. Yeah, we do it like that. And then here we do forward speed discrepancy in cinematics. And then we need another whether to preserve the arith mean speed of from the whether to preserve the arithmetic mean speed of the original forward speed discrepancy bug scales to the where do we have those records? I think it's in Locomotor. So scales to the speeds by 1.18 and 3D speeds by 1.21. The speed the locomotor speeds in any files are scaled up by scaled up a bit. So I think you mean speeds based on the original forward speed. They mean speed based on the original forward speed discrepancy bug. The locomotor speeds from the files are effectively scaled up a bit. So then we have preserve retail physics forward speed forward speed speed, preserve retail, physics forward speed. Forward speed. Mean, maybe. So then we set this to 1. Set to 0 when speeds are driven correctly by any settings recommended. Let me read the text of locomotor again. So measured forward speed, blah 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 blah. Average movement speed is preserved. Then let's speed average. Up a bit, so that on average the world's objects travel at comparable speeds. As they did originally. As original. Speeds from the unifieds are effectively scaled up a bit so that on average the world objects travel at comparable speeds. Speeds are correctly driven by any settings. Set this to 0. Set this to 0 when world objects are meant to Need to move at consistent speed through the world. System speeds in all directions. Speeds are set correctly by any settings recommended. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we need to massage this setting into this one. So how do we do that? Physics forward speed. Okay, I think we need a new speed. Let's rename this to discrepancy. Discrepancy. Ah, shit. Did we rename that correctly? We did not. How about we call it enable discrepancy? And then here we call this enable speeds discrepancy in cinematics. Okay. The macros get longer and longer. Yeah. How about we write it like so? Okay, and then we need a define. How about we make this a macro? Let me rename this to this. And this to this. Okay, then we remove this and this. That way it is now a call. That means the compilation will error if this macro is not found. And then we do let's see if it compiles. So what's the status on these two? Any new changes? Let me see. What? The visual alignment? Hey. What? I don't quite follow. The logic. The proposed flow is to initialize with invalid, and then set 1 or 6 and set 1 or 6 depending on the type. This way, set 1 or 6 depending on the type when invalid. This way it always works the same, way reliably and needs no retail guarding. Okay, if there are too many call sites, then leave it. That's private anyway. Okay. So is this good now? Good. So what's the story here? Yeah. Okay. Use. Maybe we should stick to use. Can't decide. Use. Good. Then we need to have a new one. Define use retail physics forward speed average. And this one requires not this. Yeah, not this. And physics forward speed average. And this and this. And this one requires and not this. So not the discrepancy. No, it requires this. And average. I think this is right. So, retail physics forward speed average. Not use retail physics forward speed. Discrepancy and that. Not discrepancy, yeah. Okay. Forward speed average and that. Okay. And then we need to search for this guy and use it. And use it here. Forward speed average. There we go. And then we need to go through all the guys here and adjust them. This guy and this guy. Let's see. Or this. Or not this. Right. Or not that. Physics, forward speed, average. If that. Okay. Here we should do. This one is outdated here. Here we need to do if speed speed. I think this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Then here we do that. Okay. There we go. Okay, is there any more? I think that's it. Good, I hope I didn't make a mistake, but that seems to be fine. Whether the retail the forward speed is scaled to a former average value. Okay. Good. So speed average, yeah. I would say we do this. Move this in front. Preserve, preserve. Okay, great. Okay, let's see if that compiles. Okay, great, that has compiled. Good. Let's see. Let's see. Locomotor, use retail physics forward speed average. Okay, seems right. Let's see. Okay. Discrepancy in cinematics. Cinematics. So this is just a rename, that's fine. And here we say if forward speed discrepancy or not, use retail physics forward speed average. Not average, then we also use this. Right. Min speed, max speed, yeah. Okay, that's fantastic. Scale speed, get max speed overrides. Okay, fantastic. I think this looks right. This is fine. And here, discrepancy, this is fine. And this is fine as well. Okay, good. Then here we call it, wait, something's missing. So we set this to 1. Yeah. And then all of these. Is that right? Okay, I think that's right. Then we say improve or allow, let's say rename defines and allow to compile out the forward speed scaling. I wonder if we should maybe retail. Maybe we should rename this to locomotor. Preserve retail. Locomotor. Yeah, locomotor forward speed average. Preserve retail. Physics. Physics. I wonder if we should rename all of these to locomotor. Preserve retail. Or we just remove the physics. Retail forward speed. Or object forward speed. Preserve retail. So we would rename this to object forward speed, retail. So there's 3 choices: physics forward speed, locomotor forward speed, or object forward speed. Physics and locomotor tie it more closely to the classes, but object also is a class. Or we just say, well, the fourth option is to just say forward speed, but then it's maybe a bit ambiguous as to what it relates to. Retail object, locomotor, loco. Retail loco forward speed. Maybe just call it loco. Is that good? Maybe. Preserve. Okay, locomotor. So could do that, yeah. I don't know. Physics. No, I would say we keep it to physics because that's where the bug originated. Yeah, then it's more clear what that relates to. Let's reset this. Yeah. Okay, good. Then, good. So now the question is there anything else to do? Or are we happy with this? I think we need to make a new audit of the change as we currently have it. Yeah. Okay, I think it's fine. Do we yeah. I would say we just open a new chat and we ask to manual make an audit, make a code review of the Git branch, judge all commits as one. Judge all commits as one. Judge all commits as one. Okay. Before we do that, let me let's go ahead and do it. Yeah. So then we let it think. In the meantime, let's see if there's something we can review. Author Kabal. Avoid crash with dangling contain module. Avoid crash with dangling contain module. So, yeah, inspect. Go ahead and inspect. Hopefully it doesn't come back with too many complaints. I've worked on this change so long already. Sometimes the simplest problems are not that simple. Yeah. 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 Wonder we should move this down to the bottom. Yeah. Because they're not hand configured. Yeah. So let me look at Baptista. He always has a million open. So what about this one now? Is this done or not? No, still open comments. Okay, what about this here? Load a save game file from the command line. Did we have comments for this or not yet? No review. Okay, so this hasn't seen any review yet. Okay, so add save load option. I think this needs a rebase. This needs a rebase. Okay, then we skip reviewing this for now. Okay, what is this here? Original investigation. Okay. So, static assert. This option's larger than length. Static larger. Must be larger. Okay. UTF-8. Okay, truncate, blah blah. Continuation byte matches. Continuation byte. What's this here? Get length smaller equal that. Too long. Okay. Truncate. Corner. Okay, so this one is fine. UTF-8 adds new functions. Truncate length returns the largest length not greater than max len at which source len bytes of the UTF-8 string source can be cut without splitting a multi-byte sequence by backing off the continuation bytes at the cut point. Returns source len when the string already fits in max len. Returns 0 when no whole sequence fits, which is also what malformed UTF-8 yields once it has no lead byte to back off to. Jesus, that's a complicated sentence. Not greater than max len. It's the largest length, not greater than max len. Can be cut without splitting a multi-byte sequence. Splitting can be cut without splitting. Okay, let's read that 10 more times to really understand what is going on here. The largest length, not greater than max len. Okay, at which the source len bytes of the UTF-8 string source, this one, can be cut without splitting a multi-byte sequence. Okay, by backing off the continuation bytes, at the cut point. Returns source len when the string already fits in max len. Returns 0 when no whole sequence fits. Returns 0 when no whole sequence fits. Yeah. Which is, wait, returns 0 when no. Which is also what malformed UTF-8 yields once it has no lead byte. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Len, continuation, byte. Mm-hmm. Truncate len. Source len. Source len smaller equal. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, it did. Okay. Oof, there are 10 points. Bugs. Oh boy. Oh. Bugs. Wipes live state on save when. Yeah, in that build. Conversion is 5. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. That's a fair point. Yeah, I have not considered that. Where's it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think it should just do nothing on the else branch, right? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, if we load it, I'm gonna set it to false. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it like that then. Yeah, I think that is fair. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. Next, forces the control bar visible on every load. Calls. Ah, that's fair. Is a no op. Is a no off. Now it runs on every save game load. Ah. That's also a fair point, yeah. If this, then do true. is true. Okay, fair enough. Only $2. Wow, okay. Generals untouched. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Design. 2 get min speed with different meanings. Yeah. Get templates. Picking the wrong overload is silent and untypable. This is a pattern you have asked me to avoid before. Did I? I didn't say that. Keep the existing name honest and add a distinctly named variant. Yeah, that's fair. Set max speed to min speed. Yeah, it's a fair point. Max speed to min speed. Okay, let me see this. Locomotor .h. So locomotor min speed set max speed. So this guy is called okay, I think it's a good suggestion to have a void set max speed to min speed. Yeah. Although it seems a bit specific. Yeah. Max speed to min speed. Then we would do max acceleration. Then here we would call set max speed to, oh boy, the music has changed to some brain universe music. Let me go back to my thunderstorm. Set max speed. Then here we do m template, and then m min speed. Okay. Okay, then here we do loco set max speed to min speed. Okay, and then we do, then we remove this here, and then we remove this here, and that's it, right? Does that solve the problem? Maybe. So, use legacy forward speed is a static that touches nothing in physics behavior. It's a global script engine query, and hosting it there makes locomotor template include physics update to ask a script engine question. Script engine and hosting it there makes locomotor template. free function. Feature macro. Script engine. Use legacy forward speed. Use legacy forward speed. Use legacy forward speed. Okay, do we want to move it out of physics behavior? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I think it's fine in there. Is in cinematic is letterbox active. The setter is honest. The getter promises more than the state carries. Yeah. That's true, yeah. Maybe we rename it. Let's rename this. If it lets us. Is letterbox active? As whether the letterbox as whether the letterbox has been activated by the scripts. By scripts. Activated by scripts. Indicates an active cinematic. Ask whether the letterbox. Okay. Put the letterbox. think that's fair. Okay, so we dealt with that. Disabling, average silently disables cinematic preservation. Yeah. Since average comment calls 0, the recommended setting, the recommended config query loses the cinematic path. Okay, so there's a documentation issue. Game defines. Preserves. Whether the retail forward speed is used for the duration of a cinematic event. How the meaning for when the retail. The retail forward speed is not already used. It's not. Rate is used. Used. Or the average forward speed is preserved. It's only meaningful when the retail forward speed is preserved or the average is is preserved. Speed discrepancy is preserved or forward speed is not scaled. Okay, that should solve this problem. Constants are right. The assumed heading distribution is a thing to defend. will mean travel time. Uniform over angle is only correct if movers take arbitrary headings. Speeds. Just name which invariant you picked. Is this not described correctly, or what is it? Locomotor. Okay, I don't know where it takes issues with the description. Let's say by the arithmetic mean. Okay, let's do that. Maybe that will help. Acceleration and braking are not compensated. Oh boy. Oh boy. Top speed rises while acceleration braking stay authored. So spool up time and calc slow down this. Stopping distances grow 18% and shrink. Almost certainly intended, but it's an observable handling change. Is that a problem? Speed rises while acceleration must stay authored. It's probably okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. That's fine. I think that's fine, yeah. Yeah, I think the acceleration needs no changing because originally the acceleration was also unchanged. Yeah. No, that's fine. Missiles and dumb projectiles now diverge on the same INI number. Missile AI feeds weapon speed through set max speed. Dumb projectile uses get weapon speed, literally. Retail was worse. So this narrows it. Oof. Okay, I don't know about the 0.10. Yeah, so this one here, weapon speed through set max speed. Missiles and dumb projectiles now diverge. Get weapon speed. Literally. Retail was worse. So this narrows it. Missiles and dump projectiles now diverge. Weapon speed. Well, that sucks. Acceleration and braking are not compensated. We don't care. So, scaled. Get weapon speed. Retail was worse. Retail was worse? Why was retail worse? Huh? There's no permanent. Okay, I need more elaboration on point 10 here. Stay comment. Whichever of the two the given should be commanded with. Comment needs updates. Okay. Yeah, understated. There we go. Okay, there we go. The twins are commented real max speed. They are the compensated speeds. Okay. Let me see. That's a good point. Yeah, let's call it compensated. Compensated. Compensated max speed. Okay. Constructor sets big num. Set max speed big num. Harmless. Both are no override sentinels. Just inconsistent. Yeah. Yeah. Big num. Harmless. Yeah. Do we ever compare against big num or so? Big num. Yeah, we could scale them, I guess. This one. Yeah. So we could do template, scale, speed, big num. Right. Okay. The new macros expand what are defined above. Oh. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Game defines. So we take these guys here and we move them to the bottom. Non-user defines down here. Non-user. Nothing to tweak. Let's say non-tweakable defines are down here. Okay. Fair enough. Is a good cleanup, is unrelated to this branch. Yeah, I don't care. Commits one physics fix, the last two at a core utility. Your working tree is uncommitted. Okay. Then let me please elaborate. Please elaborate. Let me compile first. Okay, so max speed to min speed. Okay. We take all of this. We take this. We take this. And that. That. And that. Okay, fantastic. Okay, then the question will be elaborate on point 10. What needs to be done? Did it compile? Yes. Then let's do code review fixes. Okay, let's ask what. Let me look at the actual code path. Prescribing. That's a doctor prescription. So this change, let me look at this again. So truncate player name. Horrible way to truncate. I hate ASCII string. Truncate max byte count. Name on clear return. Name truncate 2. Truncate len. Name max byte count. This line is quite dense and can be split. This line is dense. Can be split into 2. Okay. Okay, so this assert looks good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Truncate player name. Prevent LAN lobby hang with long player names. Supersedes. Where's this thing here? PI could be confused with the number pi. Gameinfo.cpp. Oh. This change looks different from the original one by Slum Lord. Why? Okay. Okay, let's see. Oof, that's a lot of text. Weapon concern I attached to point 10 doesn't apply. Delay in frames sits inside that. A missile driven by has a projectile template and doesn't reach that branch. So nothing predicts its arrival. Drop. What the divergence actually is. Two projectile systems consume weapon speed through completely different machinery. Missile AI update pushes weapon speed into set max speed. So the missile is a thrust locomover whose speed is measured. It was inside the bug and it's inside the compensation. Dump projectile stores weapon speed as that unlocks a pre-computed bezier. No locomotor, no physics behavior, no forward speed anywhere. It was never affected by the bug and isn't touched by the fix. So a mortar shell and a tow missile, also with the same weapon speed, differed by a flat that is working as designed. Promises preserve the retail. There was a retail dump average exactly 1, compensating 1, and not the other produces both averages. Equalizing them would mean deliberately moving missiles away from retail. What does need doing? 3 things. Fix the defined comments. They overclaim. This is in the file you have open. Oh boy. By the way, we need to match this down. Earns is 80-20 split. Combat relevant missiles spend nearly all of their flight roughly level. Makes the 3D factor degenerate to the 2D one. If you can't defend the 80-20 with data, using that for thrust as well costs as most 2.5. And lets you delegate the appearance branch and validate. Available simplification. Playtest a fuel lifetime interaction. This is the only real gameplay risk. Fuel time is authored in frames, not distance consumed. At line. A missile 21% faster covers 21% more ground before expiry. And with detonate or no fuel, that decides whether it reaches the target at all. Effective reach plus 21% on axis aligned shots. Okay. Fuel lifetime. Fuel lifetime is authored in frames, not distance. That decides whether it reaches the target at all. Okay, I don't quite understand this here. That's a fair point. Yeah. Discrepancy of all objects that move via locomotor. Play tests, interactions. Fuel lifetime is authored in frames, not distance. A missile 21% faster covers 21% more ground before expiry and was detonate or no fuel. That decides whether it reaches the target at all. Effective reach. Missile 20% faster. I think it's fine. Seems fine to me. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. D1. Hmm. Yeah, I would say I'll leave the diagonal compensation 3D for now. The 80-20 split certainly is made up, but seems somewhat reasonable. And I think it's indistinguishable. Yeah. 2.5% difference. That's really not much. Yeah, that's the difference of one frame. Yeah. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. I think we applied everything. Then code review fixes. Then let me ask. Most concerns were addressed in the last commit re-review. Okay. So while re-reviews, maybe we can look at something. So I think this one needs testing. I just like to quickly check it, but I don't have any complaints about it anymore. So it's probably good to go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But let's wait for this review first. Both rebugs are correctly fixed. API shape fixes are exactly right. One new defect was found. Uh-oh. New defect. In cinematics, comment is logically inverted. Oh boy. That's not a defect though. It's just a comment. Macro requires a discrepancy to be not preserved, not to be scaled. I mean, the retail forward speed discriminant is. All right. Okay. Copy this. It's only meaningful when the retail forward speed discrepancy is not preserved and the forward speed is scaled. Okay, now it's fixed. Still open. Yeah. I mean, it's a static, yeah. Heading distribution rational. Compensating externals undocumented. Removed. I don't care. Nits. Okay, is letterbox active? Is the letterbox active right now? Locomotor. The comments, man. The comments. 148. And out. Which are the two the mover should be commanded with? Okay. Okay, done. What else? Enable letterbox uses lowercase true. Is that so? True. Okay, well then let's put in true here. Still not built here. Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm happy with it. I think we can do that. Good. Then. Okay, there's still a mistake here. Oh boy. Should be. There we go. So we take this guy and this and that, and then there's one more here. Boom, boom. Okay. Okay, retake compatible CSC, blah blah. Okay. Okay. Good. Then let's reset this. Actually, hold on. I wanted to test it first. I can launch it. It's okay. So let's load GLA 2. Watch the cutscene. Beautiful. It would be funny if the blue Humvees would now overrun the stealth infantry because they stopped walking. Mhm. Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. Now let's see. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Okay, that looks good to me. Then I think we can push it. Yeah. Push. Then let me go to myself here. So it's this one. Files changed 11. Okay, so enable letterbox. Legacy forward speed. This one we can remove. Let me go to locomotor. Yeah. This one can be removed. Private. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Getman speed. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Right, we probably also want to look over those comments again. So this comment here. Thrust is the only appearance whose mover measures itself. From the heel. here we can say info okay, there we go. Actual max speed, blah blah blah. Okay, okay. Big num, that, okay. Rather than transfer it. This one we need to update as well. Info. Yeah, that's good enough. Actual max speed damaged. Okay, max speed override. Okay, utility, okay. Okay, I think this looks fine. Good, then simplify comments, remove obsolete, forward declare. Okay. Let's push it again. Refresh. So. I've completely. I have reworked the compensation after chatting with Mr. Claude Opus. I've reworked this. Now use this letterbox to determine cinematic sequences, which is good enough for the campaign. campaign missions. Okay. Good. I hope that those the replay checks will pass. I have completely reworked this change after several review rounds with Claude Opus. Completely reworked this change after several review rounds. Claude Opus. Okay, great. Then then, so this was not approved yet, right? Yeah. Then I will press this button here and this button. And that's it, yeah. Okay, great. Well, I hope that this completes, but I think I will end it here. This one needs testing. Maybe I'll do that next session. Yeah. Good. Then good. I will end it here. It has been 4 hours 30. Oof. Great. Good. Then I wish you a great day or night until next time. Goodbye.